I called it. All right, so I was joking around with the racers earlier that I bet you guys $5 the Knowles will show up before noon.
Of the race. Too soon, Junior.
And here they are. All right, this is race number 2, round number 1 here on a Sunday. Doing some Sunday off-road racing here because the weather's not so great outside. Been experiencing a little precipitation, a little bit of water on the ground here. So we're racing indoors. Yes.
Less than 5.
Yes, yes it was. All right, is Julian going to make this one? No? Okay. Well, I got my marshals out here. I got my drivers on track. We're going to go live loop here. And here we go. Loop is live. The video is now live. And we are racing in San Jose, California. Ooh, BG with a lucky tumble there. Landing on all 4 wheels like a 110 scale cat. Even with the bobble, a 17.7 for BG. Not bad. All right, this is looking more like a 17.1 here. Ah, 16.4. What a lot, BG. All right, so Brian Gross to the top of the leaderboard, 16.4 that time around. Got Jeff going 17.3, Jordan a 17.3, Kay at 18.3 at the moment. But we still got 1 minute down, 5 minutes left. So Brian's pace currently a 21 flat. Got Jeff 21.06, Jordan 21.12, Kay 20.14, and trouble there at the first wall ride. That is clearing up. All right, Miranda going 17.1 that time around. So that will put Jeff Miranda to the front. Right now he's on 21.04. Advancing to a 21.02, but advancing onto his lid for a moment. I might not necessarily be advancing. However, with the race we are advancing. Yeah, a minute 45 down, 4:15 remaining here. Jeff Miranda still out front by 0.6, but trouble for Jeff. Careful at the first double, guys. Ooh, all sorts of calamity here on lap number 6. We'll see how things shake out after everybody crosses the line one more time. All right, 2:15 down, 3:45 left. Brian, Jordan, Jeff K, your full order. Looks like Julian might be having some mechanical gremlins there. 2:30 down, 3:30 left. Right now, Brian Gross, 2.3 ahead of Jordan. Oh, Jesus. That was impressive. All right, well, BG's still on top of the leaderboard. We got just about 3 minutes down and 3 minutes to go. Oh, Mir Fuente doing a great job there. 2 at once. All right, so as we cycle around, it's going to be Jeff Miranda once again taking a turn at the top of the leaderboard. Up on BG by 0.9 of a second. We'll see how that gap shifts this time by as they cross the line. And BG making up half a second there. So Jeff Miranda ahead by 0.4 of a second. We got 3:30 down, 2:30 to go, and trouble for Jeff. So that is going to put Brian back to the front most likely as we cycle around one more time. 3:45 in, 2:15 to go. BG now 2.5 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 2.6 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 12 up on K. 3:55 down, 2:05 to go, drivers. Brian on 21:13. Jordan 20 flat. Jeff 20:04 and K 19:04. Got a minute 50 left, drivers. 1:45 remains. All right, a minute 30 to go. BG 21:10, Jordan 20 flat, Jeff 20:07, K 19:03. BG right now 5 seconds up on Jordan. Jordan 5.9 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 8.9 ahead of K. Got a minute 15 to go. 75 seconds remain in this race. It's race 2 on track, so race 3, you guys are up next. Start thinking about it. $55 seconds remain. BG 21:08. Whoa, big air. BG 21:08. Jordan 21:14. Jeff 20:03. And K 20:15. Okay, with a little tumble there. 35 seconds left. $25 seconds to go. BG 6.5 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 5.7 on Jeff. Jeff 15 up on K. 15 seconds left in this one, drivers. All right, we're getting down to the final moments here. Keep on going, drivers. Keep going. Brian, you are done. Jeff, you are done. Jordan, you're done. K, you're done. That will be a race, guys. So we got BG going 21:05, Jordan 21:16, Jeff 20:03, and K 20:15. All right, moving on to race 3, race number 3.
James
All right, this
Colaccio,
is race number
Jeremy Vidic.
3. Race number 3.
Joe Colaccio,
All right, I got a couple cars adding into this one.
King Arroyo, One minute to the start of the race. Scott Jorgensen. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Scott Jorgensen. Martin Arroyo. 30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5. Andrew Newell.
All right, we're going to have a couple of extra cars in this one, but I'm going to resort for round number 2, guys. So just a heads up, we'll resort for round 2. That way this race won't be so crowded next round. I literally had 4 additions to this race last minute, so we'll get that solved for round 2.
David Newell.
All right, guys, so we are going to go live loop. Loop is live. Loop is live. All right, everybody's on the clock here. We got Martin 19.3, James 19.6, Scott a 20, Joe a 20, Jeremy a 19.1, Andrew a 17.2, David a 19.2. All right, folks, we are 40 seconds in. Right now it's Andrew Newell out front, driving the orange top, white sides. 45 seconds in the books. All right, we got just past a minute down. It's still going to be Andrew Newell on top of the leaderboard. He's currently working a 21-lap pace. Got David in the 2, followed by Martin, Scott, Joe, Jeremy, James, and King. All right, don't worry, guys. Round 2 will not be so crowded. We're going to move some of these racers into other races. 140 down. Andrew currently 21.10. David on 19.06. Scott 18.05. Joe 18.15. Martin 17 flat. Jeremy 17.05. King 17.12. And James 16.17. Got a minute 50 down. 4:10 remaining, drivers. All right, 2:05 in, 3:55 to go. Back straight, go wide. All clear. So if you see an orange and white car, give them a little bit of room. There's 2 of them out there, and they are both on good runs right now. Don't worry, I'll move them to another race next round. Just trying to get everybody in, though. Sundays we do start a little on the early side. I'm kind of wondering, and I'm wondering out loud, maybe if we should start Sunday racing at noon. I don't know, maybe I'll ask some of our racers for feedback on that. $250 down, 3:10 to go. Right now it's Andrew Newell going 16.9, 21.11 for pace. David Newell on a 19.08, Joe 18.06, Scott 18.14. Jeremy 17.07, Martin 17.13, James 16.02, King 16.16. Got 250 remaining, drivers. All right, 235 remaining. Andrew about a mile ahead of the field right now. David holding down the 2 spot. Followed by Joe, Scott, Jeremy, Martin, James, King. 340 in, 220 to go, drivers. So Andrew Newell's fast lap here, 16.9. Only car in the 16s right now. In fact, the only car doing sub 17 second laps at the moment is Andrew Newell. All right, we got 4:10 down, 150 to go. We got Truck coming up next. Truck is up next. A minute 40 remains in this one. All right, a minute 30 left. Andrew, David, Joe, followed by Scott, Jeremy, Martin, King, and James. Fast lap being reset once again by Andrew Knoll at a 16.7. A minute 10 to go here. Andrew's pace currently 21.15. David 19.02. Joe 18.09. Jeremy 17 flat. Scott 17.01. Martin 17.11. King 17.15. James 16.05. 55 seconds remaining, drivers. .45 seconds remain. All right, 30 seconds to go, drivers. 30 seconds left. .20 seconds remain. Careful. Okay, we're clear. 10 seconds to go, drivers. Keep on going. Do not stop. I'll let you know when you're done. Just keep on driving, guys. Keep on driving. Keep going. Keep going. Careful in the first double, guys. David, you're done. King, you're done. Martin, you're done. Scott, you're done. Joe, you're done. Careful at the straightaway. James, you're done. Andrew, you're done. One more car. All right, and that'll be a race, guys. Andrew Knoll goes 21.12. David goes 19.01. Joe goes 18.13. Jeremy 18.28. King 17.07. Martin 17.07. Scott 17.09. And James 17.19. All right, guys, moving into truck. It's truck time. Yeah. That's okay.
One minute to the start of the race. .45 seconds to the start of the race. .30 seconds to the start of the race. Rice cakes. Jacob Jorgensen. Jordan Rivera.
All right, this is truck time. This is our truck race.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
If you have a truck, bring it out. It is time to truck around.
Less than 5. Jump and land N.
All right, just waiting for a few more trucks. Waiting for a few more trucks.
K Kim. Too soon, Junior.
Julian, you gonna make it? Next round? Okay. All right, folks. So, looks like our present contestants are ready to go. We're going live loop. All right, everybody's on the clock here. All right, BG going 17-5 on the opening pass. Landon going 17-8, Jeff 18-4, Jordan 18-7, Jacob 18-8, K 19-0. All right, 1 minute down, 5 minutes to go, drivers. It's BG out front, working lap number 3, followed by Landon, Jordan, Jeff, Kay, Jacob, and Julian. No Julian this round. Oh, man, somebody lost the wheel. Ah. Something to do with driving a blue car on Sunday and losing wheels. I think Mira Fuente can relate to that. All right, 140 down. We got Jordan Rabara now to the lead, followed by Brian, Jeff, Jacob, K. 145 down, 4:15 to go. Jordan Anna 20:05, Brian 20:06, Jeff 19:05, Jacob 19:12, K on an 18:07, and Landon on 3 wheels. Oh, man. That didn't last long. Wheelie. 220 down, 340 to go, drivers. All right, BG going 17-1 that time around. That'll be fastest lap of this race. So, Brian Gross currently on a 20 flat for pace. Jordan Rabar 2010. Jeff Miranda 2015. Jacob Jorgensen 1910. K. Kim going 1915. And Landon Kane going to look for some more wheel nuts. 255 in, 305 to go. Brian, Jordan, Jeff, Jacob, K, and no Landon. BG now advancing to a 21 lap pace. 16.9 that time by the stripe. He's about 5 seconds up on Jordan. Jordan is 2.5 up on Jeff. Jeff 7 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.2 ahead of K. And we got ourselves a truck pile here. Like a dog pile, but with trucks instead. 2:25 to go, drivers. All right, starting to close up a little bit here. We got Jeff just 0.4 ahead of Jacob. Jacob just 0.7 ahead of K. BG still about 8 seconds up on Jordan. Jordan 1.3 ahead of Jeff. 4 minutes down, 2 minutes left, drivers. Ah, man, BG getting caught in the valley. Careful in that big jump, guys. Minute 45 remains. And BG's still your race leader. 1:40 to go, drivers. All right, 1:30 to go, 90 seconds left. BG 20:09. Jordan 2015, Jeff 2018, Jacob 1908, K 1911. 4:45 down and a minute 15 to go. All right, 1 minute left, drivers. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to win it. Brian, Jeff, Jordan, Jacob, K. Your remaining contestants here. 45 seconds remaining. This will be the final race of round 1. We'll do a resort prior to round 2. Time is now, we're looking at 11:38, so we'll get round 2 started about noon. 25 seconds to go. BG 7.6 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 4.3 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 4.8 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.1 ahead of K. 15 seconds to go. Five seconds left. Keep on going, drivers. Keep going. K, you are done. Jacob, you are done. BG, you're done. GM, you are done. And Jordan, you're done. That'll be a race, guys. BG going 2002, Jeff 2012, Jordan 2018, Jacob 1904, K 1908, Landon getting 4 laps. All right, guys. Track is open for practice until noon. At noon, we'll get round 2 underway, and I'm going to resort round 2 right now. I'll announce that in a few minutes. All right, so David and Andrew Knoll, you guys will be racing in race number 1 next round. So race number 1 next round will be George, Steve, Jacob, Bryant, Andrew, David. Race 2, Brian, Jordan, Jeff, Kay, and Julian. Race 3 will be Joe, Jeremy, King, Martin, Scott, James. And then race 4 will be Truck. All right, folks, racing resumes at noon. You got 20 minutes.
Rice Cakes. Julian Taylor. $20.4 $19.4 17-5. 18 flat. 18-2. 24.4. 17-3. 24.3. 49.9. 18-1. 18-2. 20.2. 18-9. 18-1. 17-4. 17-8. 23.3. 140.1. 17-6. Steve Loom. 17-5. 17-1. 19-4. 17-7. 18-2. 18-9. 28.6. 18-3. 19-6. Jacob Jorgensen. 18-5. 17-6. 21.9, 21.7, 17.5, 19.3, 18.4, 37.9, 23.7, 17.5, 146.9, 22.6, 17.8, 21.2, 18.9, 37.8, 47.1, 17.1, 20.2, 19 flat, 19.2, 18.5, 20.6, 17.3, 21.5, 42.1, 17.5, 18.2, 18.6, 23.5, 17.8, 24.4, 23.2, 17.5, 17 flat, 17.2, 17.5, 18.2, 'K Kim, 17.6, 17.7, 20.4, 120.5, 20.4, 29.7, 29.7, 17.9, 34.2, George Lynn, 19.8, 32.2, 19.8, 17.1, 18.1, 18.7, 22.4, 18.4, 24.1, 19.8, 18.3, 17.7, 16.9, 20.2, 17.6, 18.7, 19.5, 18.3, 21.3, 18.6, 16.9, 18.4, 18.6, 20.5, 18.6, 18.6, 16.8, 48.3, 20.3, 17.9, 16.9, 19.1, 18.8, 17.1, 24.9, 19.8, 19.5, 16.2, 21.9, 16.9, 18.3, 26.5, 17.3, 16.4, 17.8, 18.3, 17.6, 16.5, 18 flat, 17.9, 17.6, 17.9, 18.1, 19.8, 17 flat, 41.1. 17.1. 18.3. 33.4. 22 flat. 16/8. 18/8. 18/3. 17.1. 20.1. 17.6. 18.2. 18.1. 19.2. 19 flat. 18.4. 21 flat. 18.7. 16.7. 18.7. 16.5.
All right, folks, it's that time. We're going to race number 1. Yes. Yeah, but Harry, wait until you race to get it, because they die quickly. All right. Race number 1 is going to be George, Steve, Jacob, Bryant, Andrew, and David. All right, turn marshals will be my truck drivers.
Andrew Newell. Bryant Marafunte.
All right, looks like I got all my racers on track.
David
Got
Newell.
most of my turn marshals.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, looks like everybody's situated, so we're going live loop. Okay, now we officially have everybody on the clock. Brian's first lap is 16.5, Andrew going 17.2, David an 18.2. Wait for that car to pass and you're good to go. All right, folks, 45 seconds in the books. Right now it's Brian out front, followed by Andrew, David, Jacob, Steve, and George. Careful landing the big jump, guys. That's clearing up. We got just past a minute down. Right now, Bryant Mirafuente out front on a 22.05 for pace. Got Jacob holding down the 2 spot, 19.04. Steve going 19.09. Andrew 19.10. David 18.05. George also on an 18 at the moment. We got a minute 25 down, 4:35 to go. Mirafuente 3.5 up on Jorgensen. Jorgensen 1 second ahead of Knoll. Got Knoll 2.7 ahead of Knoll. Andrew ahead of David. David just 0.1 ahead of Steve. Steve 0.030 ahead of George that time around. Got a minute 45 in, 4:15 to go. Mirafonte just resetting fast time at a 16:4. Andrew going 16:8. Got George going 16:8 as well that time around. 2 minutes down, 4 minutes remain. Bryant on a 21:05. Andrew 2013. George 19:03. Steve 19:07. Jacob 19:08. And David 18:08. 2:20 into this one. 3:40 remaining. Mirafonte just resetting fast time once again. 16:1. He's having fun. 2:35 in. 3:25 left. All right, we got Bryant on a 21 flat now. George on a 2012. Andrew 2016. Jacob 19:01. Steve 19:06. And David 18:01. We're approaching 3 minutes down and 3 minutes to go. Mirafonte going 16:0 last time by. So Mirafonte's pace now 22:15. Got George 20:07, Andrew 2014, Jacob 19:08, Steve 19:09, David 19:13. 3:25 down, 2:35 to go. All right, Brian, George, Andrew, Steve, Jacob, and David, your full running order. 2:20 left in this one. So Brian at this junction of the race, 14 up on George. George 4.5 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 8.5 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 0.4 ahead of Steve. And Steve 3 seconds ahead of Dave. 4 minutes down and 2 minutes to go. All right, this time by as they cross. Looks like David making his way into the top 5. Oh, Mirafonte a little bit of a tumble there. Gets back on all 4 wheels. 4:30 down, 1:30 to go, drivers. Bryant on a 22:12. George on a 21:17. Andrew 20:03. Jacob 2018, David 19:08, and Steve 19:09. Got just over 1 minute to go, drivers. This is race number 1 on track. Race number 2, start thinking about it. 1 minute left. Bryant now 22:11, George 21:14, Andrew 20:01. Jacob 19:03, Steve 19:06, David 19:12. 40 seconds to go here. $30 seconds remaining, drivers. $15 seconds left. And this time by, looks like Jacob a little bit of a long lap. That's going to put him only 1/10 ahead of Steve. Careful at the tabletop, guys. That's clearing up. Keep going, guys. Keep going. Keep going. David, you are done. Steve, you are done. Bryant, you are done. George, you are done. Jacob, you're done. And Andrew, you are done. That'll be your race, guys. Bryant going 22:11. George going 21:11. Andrew 21:16. Jacob 19:02. Steve 19:06. And David 19:09. We're moving on to race number 2. That'll be Brian, Jordan, Jeff, Kay, and Julian.
1 minute to the start of the race. Rice cakes.
All right. Let's get our turn marshals out here from that last
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Heat number 2, going to be Brian, Jordan, Jeff, Kay, and Julian. Turn marshals, Brian, George, Andrew, Jacob, Steve, and David.
Too Soon Jr. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Julian Taylor. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right. Looks like we got everybody on track now.
K. Kim.
All right, folks. We are going live loop. All right, everybody's being scored. 20 seconds in, BG going 16-7. Jeff is 17-8. Julian, K in the 18s. Jordan going 17-3. BG a little bit of rough luck on lap 2. That will promote Jordan Rabara to the front. Got Jordan opening things up here, 17-3 and a 17-4. Jeff going a 17-8 and a 17-0. Oh, careful getting onto the straight, guys. And that is clear. We got 1 minute down, 5 minutes to go. Right now, your running order is going to be Jordan, Julian, K, Jeff, Brian. Still early in this one. Careful tabletop, guys. Tabletop, tabletop. All right, we'll let everyone cross here and see how things shake out. 125 in, 435 to go. Right now, it is going to be Jeff Miranda on top of the leaderboard. 135 into this one. Jeff Miranda currently working at 21:12. Got Julian at 20:06, Brian 20:08, Jordan 20:09, K 19:01. All right, 150 down, 4:10 to go, drivers. Fast lap being reset by Brian Gross, 16:4. We got Jeff a 16:6. Everybody else right now, low 17s. 2:05 in, 3:55 to go. Jeff, Julian, Jordan, Kay, and Brian, your full running order. Miranda currently 21:06, Taylor 20 flat, Rabara 20:03, Kay going 20:12, Brian 20:15. 2:30 down, 3:30 left in this one. Right now we got Jeff 3.5 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.7 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 3.6 ahead of K. K 1 second ahead of Brian. Got 250 down, 310 remaining here. Almost halfway through. Miranda's pace now 21:08, but a little trouble there for Miranda. Let's see what the paces look like after they cross the line here. All right, it's going to be JT taking a turn at the top. 21:13, Miranda 21:15, Rabara 21:17, Gross 20:03, and K 20:05. We got 320 down, 240 to go. All right, 330 in, 230 to go. Oh, Dave with a nice catch there. Yeah. Guys are making Dave work. 345 down, 215 to go. Oh. Two minutes to go, drivers. 2 minutes to go. Right now it's Jeff 21:14. Julian also 21:14. Jordan 21:15. Brian on the edge of a 21. And K 20:10. 1:45 left in this one, drivers. Currently Miranda 0.5 ahead of Rabara. Rabara 0.2 ahead of Taylor. Taylor 4 seconds ahead of Gross. Gross 5.2 ahead of K. A minute 30 left, drivers. 90 seconds to go. Race 3 coming up next. Race 3. Minute 20 left in this one, drivers. All right, just over a minute to go. Right now it's Jeff 21:12, Julian 21:13, Jordan and Brian both 21:17, and K 20:07. This time by gap between Miranda Taylor half a second. Got 1.4 from Julian to Jordan, 1.8 from Jordan to Brian, and about 5 from Brian to K. 35 seconds remaining here. $15 to go. And this time by, it's advantage Taylor by 1.6. Miranda ahead of Rabara by 0.7. And, geez, it is close here. BG in the battle as well. We are getting down to time expiring. A couple of our competitors getting together there. So Jeff, Jordan, Brian, you guys are done. Kay, you're done. And Julian done. That'll be a race, guys. Julian Taylor taking this one. 21:12. Jeff going 20 flat, Jordan 20:01, Brian 20:08, K 20:09. All right, moving on to race number 3. Race 3. Race 3 will be Joe, Jeremy, King, Martin, Scott, James, and Harry.
Jeremy Vidig. King Arroyo. Joe Colacchia. James Colacchia. One minute to the start of the race. Martin Arroyo. 45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. Harry Koonsman. Scott Jorgensen.
All right, if I can get all my drivers from the previous group to come on out and turn marshal, that is going to be
15
drivers from race 2, Julian, Jeff, Jordan, Brian, and Kay.
Less than 5.
To the man in the middle there, have you ever turn marshaled before? Okay, let's put you in an easy spot. Let's see. If I can get one of my veterans in the middle and let's get the gentleman in the gray sweater in an easy spot. It's his first time turn marshaling, so I don't want to put him directly in the line of fire. Cool, thank you guys. Looks like everybody's ready to go, so we are going live loop. Careful on the back straight, guys. Careful on the back straight. All right, folks, we're 15 seconds in. Good teamwork there, guys. Good teamwork. All right, 35 seconds in. King Arroyo, fastest opening lap, going 19.7. Backing it up with a 19.2. All right, 55 in. Right now it's King, Martin, James, Scott, Jeremy, Joe, and Harry, your full running order. Oh, man, we might have one stuck at the table. Careful at the table, guys. Careful at the table. All right, that's clearing up. 1:15 in, 4:45 to go, drivers. Right now it's King out front, followed by James, Martin, Jeremy, Scott, Harry, and Joe. Oh, 135 down, 425 to go. Got King out front on a 19-lap pace. Got Jeremy 1803, James 1803, Martin 1807, Scott 1616, Harry on a 14, Joe on a 14 as well. Got 2 minutes down, drivers. 4 minutes remaining. Ooh, careful on the back straight. That's clearing up. And we got one down in the middle there. 2:10 down, 3:50 to go. King Arroyo, 1912 for pace. Got Jeremy, 1916. James, 1804. Martin, 1813. Scott, a 17. Joe, a 15. Harry, a 15. 2:30 down, 3:30 remains, drivers. And King continuing to lead this one. King, Jeremy, James, your top 3, followed by Martin, Scott, Joe, and Harry. Got 3:10 to go, drivers. Three minutes down, drivers. 3 minutes to go. And Jeremy taking over the top spot. Got Jeremy 1912, King 1913, Martin up to the 3, 1806, James 1810, Scott 1819, Joe is 1605. We got 2:45 to go, drivers. And this time by as they cross. God, Jeremy just 1/10 of a second ahead of King. King 4 seconds up on Martin. Martin about 4.5 up on James. James 6.9 ahead of Scott. And Scott 12 up on Joe. We got 2:10 remaining, drivers. And this time by King Arroyo taking back the top spot. He's just 0.7 a second ahead of Jeremy. All right, just under 2 minutes to go, drivers. Ah, man, something happened to Jeremy, it looks like. All right, we got 1:40 to go, drivers. Careful on the back straight. Go inside, go inside. That's clearing up. Got 1:25 left in this one, drivers. King out front, followed by Martin, Scott, James, Joe. All right, drivers, just over a minute to go. This time around, we got King 3.3 ahead of Martin. Martin 14 up on Scott. Scott 8.7 ahead of James. And James 8.9 ahead of Joe. 45 seconds remain, drivers. "35 seconds to go, drivers. "25 seconds remain. It's going to be close here to the finish. Martin and King battling for the W here. 15 seconds to go, drivers. Right now, Martin and King separated by 0.2 of a second. All right, keep going, drivers. Keep going, keep going. Keep on going. Keep going, guys. Keep going. James, you are done. King, you're done. Scott, you're done. Joe, you're done. Jeremy, you're done. And Martin, you're done. That one coming down to the final lap. Going in favor of King by 1/10 of a second. Wow. King taking it 1/10 of a second. 19:17.1. Martin going 19:17.2. Scott going 18:16. James is 17:03. Joe is 17:16. Jeremy getting 15 in the books. Harry getting 5 in the books. All right, guys, we're moving in the truck. It's truck time.
Jump and land N.
All right, if I can get all my drivers from the previous group to come on out and turn marshal, please.
Rice cakes.
Yeah. 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 It's okay, Harry. It's okay. We should have enough.
One minute to the start of the race. Jacob Jorgensen.
All right, got my marshals making their way out.
45
Sure.
seconds to the start of the race. David Newell. "30 seconds to the start of the race. Too soon Jr.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good
15
point.
seconds to the start of the race. Jordan Rivera. Less than 5. Julian Taylor.
All right, looks like I got my marshals out here. Yeah, I got all my trucks now. Let K check in and get a lap.
K Kim.
All right, folks. We are about to go live loop. Trouble there for BG. Help in the first double, please. Careful in the first double, guys. Be careful. So Landon Kane, fastest car on the opening pass, going 17.8. Oof. All right, so Landon lap 2, 17.3, but a bobble on the third lap here. It's going to put BG right on the tailgate. BG pulling one heck of a whip at the big jump. So it's going to be Landon Kane out front early on 1 minute down, 5 minutes to go. And Landon upside down up front. Careful at the wall ride, careful at the wall ride. 1:15 in, 4:45 left. A lot of action in truck. A lot of shaky fingers here, I imagine. That's what it looks like from up here. Well, 1:30 down, 4:30 to go. BG back to the front. But BG in trouble now. A lot of action in this truck race so far. 1:45 in, 4:15 to go. Now it's going to be K taking a turn out front. He's driving the red and black machine. Got Julian in the 2, followed by Jordan, Landon, Brian, Jeff, Jacob, David. Fast lap going to BG, 17.1. Got Landon 17.3, Julian 17.6, K going 17.7, Jeff going 17.6. 2:15 down, 3:45 left. This time around, looks like Julian to the front. 20:12 is the pace. K going 2016, Landon 19:01, Brian 19:13, Jeff 18 flat, Jordan 18:03, David 17, and Jacob 16. Yeah, 2:45 in and 3:15 to go. Julian, Landon, K, followed by Brian, Jeff, Jordan, David, Jacob. Landon that time around going 16.9. I think I told Landon at some point in the past week, if your truck was worth anything, you'd be in the 16s. And there it is. Your truck's worth something, Landon. I did have to paraphrase. I didn't quite say it just like that. 3:20 down, 2:40 to go. Julian Taylor on top of the leaderboard, going 17.0 last time by. That puts his pace at 20.04. Got Landon currently 2013, K 2015, Brian 2017, Jeff 1903, Jordan 1913, David 1813, and Jacob on 17. 3:45 down, drivers, 2:15 to go. All right, just over 2 minutes remaining. Julian Taylor going 16.9. $155 remains here, drivers. Just under 2 to go. Julian, Brian, K, Landon, Jeff, Jordan, David, Jacob. Julian's pace now 21:17, Brian 20:13, K 20:13, Landon 20:18, Jeff 19 flat, Jordan 19:06, David 18:12, and Jacob 18:21. Got a minute 30 left in this one, drivers. All right, so looks like same story for this round. It's going to end at about 40 on the hour. So we'll start the mains right about 1 o'clock. I believe we're supposed to have Woodfire Pizza come out again today. That was some pretty tasty pizza on Friday, so I do recommend it. We got just over a minute to go, drivers. Julian, Brian, Landon, your top three so far, followed by Kay, Jeff, Jordan, David, and Jacob. 50 seconds left. Current pace is Julian 21:15, Brian 20:07, Landon 20:12, Kay 20:16, Jeff 20:17, Jordan 19:03, David 18:07, Jacob 18:15. 35 seconds left, drivers. $25 to go. I don't follow him. 15 seconds to go. Oh, back corner. Five seconds left, drivers. Whoa. 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 Whoa, 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 whoa. Work together, guys. Work together. Whoa. I don't know if I want to run truck anymore. Yeah. So Julian taking that one, 21:18. BG going 20:04. Jeff 20:17. Landon 20:20. Jordan 19:01. K 19:07. David 18:09. And Jacob 18:13. All right, folks. We're going to take about a 20-minute break here. I'll get the man set up.
Joe Colacchio.
All right, guys. So it's going to be interesting marshaling truck. I'm probably going to have a few of my B group racers marshal truck instead of A group. But we'll make it through. Yeah, it seems to me no matter where I put truck, there's conflict, so we'll figure it out. All right, so our C group, which will be going off about 1 o'clock, is going to be Joe, Scott, Jeremy, James, and Harry. Our B group today. Let me take a look at this. You know, I'm going to go back to the drawing board for a minute, guys.
Joe Colicchio.
All right, so we're going to go C group, truck, B group, A group. So C group will be Joe, Scott, Jeremy, James, and Harry. You guys will be racing about 1. Race 2 is truck. Our B group today will be Kay, David, Jacob, Steve, King, and Martin. And our A group today will be Bryant, George, Brian, Julian, Andrew, Jordan, and Jeff. 1 o'clock.
K. Kim. George Lynn. $18.5. Rice cakes. 29 flat. $16.6. $17.8. $18.4. $17.9. $16.8. $17.3. $17.8. $18.5. $17.1. $17.5. $16.9. $17.9. $18.8. $18.1. 25.9. 28.5. 29.6. $16.4. 19.4. $16.5. 41.9. 41.8. 21.9. 16.5. 17.9. 18.2. 18.1. 20.8. 17.8. 17.4. 18 flat. 16.4. 17.6. 17.8. 17.5. 16.3. 17.8. 18.2. 18.4. Bryant Marafunte. 16.9. 17.5. 17.2. 17.5. 16.4. 18.9. Jacob Jorgensen. Seventeen 5. 14 9. 19 flat. 16 4. 16 5. Steve Loom. 18 9. 46.7. 48.5. 16 5. 17 6. 20.7. 26.3. 17 flat. 26 flat. 35.4. 17.1. 17.4. 18.1. 42.3. 38.9. 16.9. 16.9. 17.7. 28.8. 25.8. 26.3. 33.4. 18 flat. 34.5. 17 flat. 16.7. 18 flat. 16.1. 16.7. 17.8. 17.4. 16.8. 58.7. 26.1, 26.3, 18 flat, 17.1, 17.2, 144 flat, 19.4, 19.3, 27.2, 18.3, 16.6, 16.9, 19.9, 17.4, 16.5, 16.9, 18.1, 19.3, 16.6, 17.9, 17.4, 17.2, 18.6, 33.1, 17.6, 17.6, 17.6, 17.9, 17.1, 17.2, 18 flat, 27.3, 20.7, 25.7, 20.3, 17.2, 16 flat, 17.9, 18.7, 16.5, 20.3, 16.8, 16.5, 39.8, 17.3, 18.9, 16.9, 18 flat, 123.7, 24.7. 24.8. 18.3. 52.4. 19.7. 19.2. 18.3. 30.4. 19.7. 25.9.
All right, guys, we're going to start racing here with our C group. That is going to be Joe, Scott, Jeremy, James, and Harry. Turn marshals will be the truck group.
Jeremy Vidig. Harry Koonsman.
Yeah.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Maybe we can do one bump from the B to the A, but no bump ups from the C.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. Scott Jorgensen.
All right, got almost everybody checked in. Looking for my truck guys. I'm going to need you guys to marshal, please. All right, let's line them up.
To the start of the
We're going to put Joe on the 1, Scott on the 2, Jeremy on the 3, James on the 4, Harry on the 5.
Less than 5.
Yeah, truck will be race 2, so we'll take a little break after this. Because you guys are marshaling and then racing, so we'll take a few minutes. All right, folks, the grid is set. Drivers, best of luck. We are going racing in less than 5. All right, folks, so it hasn't been discussed, but usually Sundays are a multi-main format. We'll do at least 2 sets of mains. We'll see about a third, maybe. That's a possibility. We'll see. But I think I can guarantee you guys at least 2. All right. We got James Colicchio out front, followed by Jeremy, Joe, Scott, and Harry. 25 seconds in. All right, 35 down, 5:25 to go. Got James leading the way. He is 1.1 ahead of Jeremy. Jeremy 2.2 up on Scott. This time around, Scott is 5 ahead of Joe. 50 seconds in. Careful at the tabletop, guys. That's cleared up. All right, 1 down, 5 to go. It is Jeremy now to the front, followed by Scott, James, Joe, and Harry. 4:50 left in this one. Fast lap so far, Jeremy 18.3. Got James an 18.7, Scott 19.3, Joe 19.4, Harry a 20. All right, folks, we got a minute 30 down, 4:30 to go. Wow, Harry, your lap times are better with this car. We got 150 down, 4:10 to go. And fast lapping reset by Scott going 18.2. All right, Jeremy on top of the leaderboard, followed by Scott, James, Joe, Harry. Race leader driving the white and teal car. Second place going to be the metallic blue, just ahead of the purple and blue cars. We got ourselves a battle for the 2 spot. All right, leaders coming up on Harry. 2:25 in, 3:35 left. 2:30 down, 3:30 to go. Yeah, Jeremy with some good separation from the rest of the pack. Scott up to the 2 spot. He is just ahead of James and Joe. 2:45 in, 3:15 to go. That battle for the 2 spot's still hot. Scott and Joe just half a second apart. James just 3 seconds back. All right, 3 minutes in, 3 minutes to go, drivers. .245 remains here. We got Jeremy 4.5 seconds ahead of Scott. Scott 1.9 ahead of Joe. Joe 2.5 ahead of James. And James 1 up on Harry. We got 3:30 down, 2:30 to go, drivers. .340 down, 2:20 to go. Oh, careful on the back straight. It's clear. That will allow Joe. Oh, Joe sends it out for a tumble. So Scott losing it and getting it back all in one swoop. 4 minutes down, 2 minutes to go, drivers. All right, a minute 50 remains. Oh, careful at the tabletop. Oh, man. Hopefully it's just a ball cup. We got Mechanic K on the job. Oh, Jeremy with a bit of an unscheduled pit stop here. That's going to put Scott up to the top. And it looks like that car is back in action. Mechanic K to the rescue. We still got a minute 20 to go. Let's see what Jeremy can do here. He's about 2.5 behind James. And James with a little flip there. That's going to put Jeremy up to the 3. Got a minute 10 to go, drivers. Careful at the tabletop, guys. Careful at the tabletop. All right, that is clear. 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute to go. Jeremy checking in here. He's about 9 back of Joe. Bit of a deficit, but it's not impossible. We got 50 seconds left here. 40 seconds left. Jeremy going 18-0 that time around. He's mounting a charge. He's only 8 seconds back now. "28 seconds left. "20 seconds left. "12 seconds, drivers. 12 seconds. Getting close to the end here. Joe is taking over the top spot. All right, time is about to expire, so keep on going, drivers. Keep going. Jeremy got caught. James, you're done. Joe taking the W here. And Scott taking the 2. All right, that will be a race, guys. We'll take a few minutes, and we'll get into truck. All right, so truck is going to be Julian, Brian, Jeff, Jordan, Landon, Jacob, Kay, and David. We'll get that up in just a minute. I might need a volunteer turn marshal or 2, possibly. Need a few volunteer turn marshals, perhaps. Good race, guys. All right, we'll get truck in just a minute.
One minute to the start of the race. 45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Jacob Jorgensen. Less than 5.
You know, the tires do go quick. Careful on the back straight, guys. Careful on the back straight. Careful on the back straight. Careful on the back straight. All right. I got a few trucks out here.
Julian Taylor. Jump and land.
If I get a few more marshals, if I can get maybe a couple volunteer marshals, that would be great. That would help our truck group quite a bit. All right, got Julian, Landon, Jacob, Jeff. I got Brian. All right, we're starting to get our truck racers up. You're out? Okay.
Too soon, Junior. Rice cakes. Jordan Rivera. K. Kim.
Careful first double, guys. All right, everybody's checked in. Yeah, 6 minutes. All right, looks like these guys are ready to go. So we're going to put Julian on the 1, Brian 2, Jeff 3, Jordan 4, Landon 5, Jacob 6, K 7. No David. I know. It's okay, Harry. I know. Okay, I'll be here. All right, folks. Grid is set. Drivers ready. We're going racing in less than 5. Here we go. Truck off to a start. Oh. Oh. Just wait for the pack, and yeah, you know what to do. All right, BG out front, 1.7 ahead of Jordan. Jordan, 1.7 feet ahead of Landon. Ooh, little side-by-side action. Trouble at the tabletop. Little help at the tabletop. Thank you there. "40 seconds in, 5:20 to go. BG now, 2.9 seconds out front. Got Jordan up to the 2, followed by Jeff, Landon, Jacob, K, Julian. Still early here. 50 seconds in. Fast lap so far. BG 16.7. Got everybody else mid-17s at the moment. 105 down, 455 remains. All right, 115 in, 445 left. BG 4.6 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 1.1 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 0.3 ahead of Landon. Landon 3 seconds ahead of K. Trouble up front, trouble up front. All right, that is clear. Looks like Landon has took the 3rd spot. We're 130 down, 4:30 to go. BG now 2.4 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 2.4 ahead of Landon. Landon 0.6 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 2.1 ahead of K. K 1.2 ahead of Julian. Julian 2.6 ahead of Jacob. Got a minute 45 in. BG a little off trajectory there, but able to keep it en route. 2 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. All right, this so far looking a lot better than the last qualifier. 2:10 down, 3:50 remaining. Got a good battle going on for the 2. Jordan versus Landon versus Jeff. Those guys making their way over the table, around the dipper, into the final double, through the chicane. 2:25 down, 2:35 to go. Oh, a little trouble for Jordan there. It's going to allow Landon to sneak by. Jordan now in the 3. And the rest of the pack's starting to catch up just a bit. Jordan holding down the 3, but he's not very far ahead of Jeff, K, and Julian's just a couple corners back. We still got 3:15 to go, drivers. Anything could happen here. Up front, careful in the chicane, up front. Three minutes down, 3 minutes to go. Oh, man, 2 down at the big jump. 3:15 in, 2:45 to go. So BG now 5 seconds up on Jordan upside down. Let's promote Jeff up to the 2. So BG now 6.1 ahead of Jeff Miranda. Jeff 2 seconds ahead of K. K 0.9 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 5 seconds up on Julian. Julian 0.7 ahead of Landon. And Landon 5.3 ahead of Jacob. 3:40 down, 2:20 to go, drivers. Gotta say, this is very much looking like an expert truck class right now. I take back what I said earlier. We got 2 minutes to go, drivers. 2 minutes to go. Brian, Jeff, Jordan, K, Julian, Landon, Jacob, your full running order. Brian now 3.6 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 3.7 ahead of Jordan. And new running orders going to be Brian, Jeff, Jordan, Julian, Landon, K, and Jacob. 1:30 to go, drivers. 90 seconds remain. Careful landing of the tabletop, guys. All right, a minute 15 remains. This time around, BG clocking in 4 seconds ahead of Jeff. Jeff clocking in 5 up on Jordan. Jordan is 2.4 ahead of Julian. Julian this time around 3.4 ahead of K. K 0.8 ahead of Landon. We got a minute to go, drivers. 1 minute to win it. 45 seconds to go. Closest battle right now is going to be Jordan versus Julian, just 1 second apart. 35 seconds left, drivers. Oh, and BG up on his lid. Jeff up on his lid. 20 seconds to go, guys. All right, 10 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And BG gets caught at the line. So does Jeff. Everybody else, when you cross, you'll be done as well. Trouble on the last lap for Julian. Trouble. Wow, 3 cars down. Jeez. Okay, that'll be a race, guys. That'll be a race. Wow. Top 6 cars, all 20 laps. Good stuff, guys. BG taking the W, followed by Jeff, Jordan, Julian, K. Landon, and Jacob. All right, folks, we're going to move on to the B group. The B group.
King Arroyo, Steve Loom, Martin Arroyo, King Arroyo.
All right, folks. Our B group of buggy will be K. David Jacob, Steve King Martin.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, so King
Jacob
and Martin
Jorgensen.
getting a chance to run with our intermediate expert group here.
"45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, I may need some turn marshals if I can get my truck guys out here. Got one down on the left side.
"30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, if I can get some of my truck drivers to the track at this time.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Martin Arroyo, David Newell.
I'm guessing since a
less
lot
than
of our
5.
guys marshaling this one are going to be next I'll probably be giving you guys a break after this as well.
K Kim.
Well, maybe not an official break, but, you know, an extra minute or two. But I do need turn marshals for this race. All right, I got Jordan, I got Brian, I got Jeff, I got Julian. I guess the rest of the guys are in this one, so fair enough. All right, let's line them up, guys. We're going to put K on the 1, David on the 2, Jacob 3, Steve 4, King 5, Martin 6. Okay, Theo. Hey, Jeff, pull up your pants. All right. Drivers, best of luck. We are going racing in less than 5. All right, this is our B group on track. All right, we got K out front. 2.5 seconds ahead of Steve. Steve, just a couple of tenths ahead of Martin here. All right, 35 seconds in. K leading the way, followed by Steve, Martin, Jacob, David, and King. 45 seconds in and 5:15 to go. So this time around, we got K clocking in 4.3 up on Steve now. Steve just 1.2 ahead of Jacob. Looks like David making his way up to the 4 spot. We got a minute 15 down, 4:45 remaining. Race leader driving the red and black car, making his way over that final double. Your second place battle, making its way over the tabletop. That's Steve versus Jacob. Battle now down the back straightaway. These guys just 0.8 of a second apart. 140 down. And somebody upside down there. That is going to be Martin. 150 down, 4:10 to go. K continuing to lead this one. Looks like Jacob now up to the 2, just 0.6 ahead of Steve. Steve clocking in 3.2 ahead of David. David is 4.8 ahead of King. And King clocked in 4.4 ahead of Martin. Got 2:15 down, 3:45 remaining in this one. .225 in, 3:35 to go. K, Jacob, Steve, David, King, Martin, your full running order. .240 down, 3:20 to go here. Ah, Jacob going 17.5 last time around. So Jacob clocking in about 6. Well, actually, Steve clocking in 6 seconds back of your race leader. Jacob 1.5 back of Steve. David 2.1 behind Jacob. King 9 seconds behind David. And Martin 1.5 back of King. All right, we are just past halfway here. 3:10 down, 2:50 to go. This is our B group on track. Our A group will be up next. Oh, we got Tumblerooski there. Wait. Go. All right, 2:20 remaining. K 7 seconds clear of Steve. Steve 2.5 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.1 ahead of David. David 14 up on King. King 1 ahead of Martin. Well, inside-outside action there. One of the best races on the track right now is for the 5th spot. All right, 2 minutes left. Okay, now 4.5 seconds ahead of Steve. Steve 2.2 ahead of Jacob. Actually, Steve 3.9 ahead of David now. David 1.5 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 17 ahead of King. King 1.2 ahead of Martin last time around. $1:40 to go. Race leader on his lid for a moment. That's going to allow Steve an opportunity to close the gap. All right, 1:25 remaining, drivers. K, Steve, David, Jacob, King, Martin, your full running order. 1:15 to go, 75 seconds left. All right, just over a minute to go, drivers. And David and Jacob now within half a second. 45 seconds, drivers. Closest battle on track is going to be the white top orange sides with the car right behind him. 35 seconds left. Oh. Oh, Jacob takes it. Good little battle there. 20 seconds to go, drivers. Ten seconds remain. And time has expired. When you cross the line, you will be done. All right, one more car to finish. And that will be a race, drivers. Okay, taking the W here, followed by Steve, Jacob, David, King, and Martin. All right, folks, moving into the A group. What's up, Eric?
Andrew Newell. George Lynn. Rice Cakes.
Do you want to bump up?
1 minute to the start.
It's up to you if you want to.
Too Soon Jr. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Bryant Marafiunte. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Jordan Ribera.
All right, we got our marshals here.
Less than 5.
Got almost everybody checked in.
Julian Taylor.
All right, lineup is going to be Bryant on the 1, George 2, Brian 3, Julian 4, Andrew 5, Jordan 6, Jeff 7. All right, grid is good. We got marshals, drivers. Best of luck. This is our first A of buggy. We'll be racing in less than 5. Here we go. Mirafuente leads him in the first double. One more. All right, 20 seconds in. We got Mirafuente just ahead of Lynn. Gross in the 3 spot, followed by Miranda Ribera, Taylor Knoll. 30 seconds in the books here so far. Yeah, blue being trailed by orange. Down the back straight they go. BG holding the 3. Oh, a little bit of back and forth here. George now taking over the top spot. In trouble there for BG. 55 seconds in, 5:05 to go. Right now it is Lynn, 0.6 of a second ahead of Mirafuente. Got battle for the 3 spot, Jeff versus Brian. In the 5 spot, we got Jordan, followed by Andrew and Julian. 1:15 down, 4:45 left. Orange car out front. He's got almost 2 seconds on Bryant at this junction of the race. 1:25 down, 4:35 to go. Mirafuente that time around to 16.3. Oh, Mirafuente hits the dot. I think he made up a little bit of time there. All right. All right, that's fair. 1:50 down, 4:10 to go, drivers. George Lynn now about 3 up on Mirafuente. Mirafuente 3.5 ahead of Miranda. Miranda 1 second ahead of Ribera. Ribera 3.9 ahead of Gross. Gross 1.5 ahead of Knoll. And Knoll 0.4 ahead of Taylor. Actually, it looks to be reversed now. 2:15 in, 3:45 left. Race leader driving that orange ride. Careful at the first double, guys. Careful at the first double. All right, that is clear. 2:30 down, 3:30 left. This time around, George 1.3 up on Bryant. Bryant is closing in. Miranda in the 3 spot, about 5.5 back of Bryant. Jordan 2.6 back of Jeff. Brian 2 back of Jordan. You got 2:50 down, 3:10 to go, drivers. George, Brian, Jeff, Jordan, Brian, Julian, Andrew, your full running order. We got just past 3 minutes down and just under 3 minutes to go, drivers. George Lynn, 2 seconds ahead of Brian Mirafuente. Bryant, 4.5 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 3.2 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 0.8 ahead of Brian. We got 2:35 to go, drivers. Race leader driving the orange ride. Second place, the blue car. Third place, the blue and white. We got 340 down, 220 remaining. Careful at the tabletop, guys. Careful at the tabletop. All right, 2:10 to go, drivers. 2:10 remains. George, Bryant, Jeff, Jordan, Brian, Julian, Andrew, your 4 running order. Got George 2.7 up on Bryant. Bryant 5.4 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 5.7 up on Jordan. Jordan 1.2 ahead of Brian. Brian 9 ahead of Julian. We got 1:45 remaining. Fast lap of this one. Give me a 16.0 for Bryant. Got 16.4 for George. 16.4 for Brian. 16.8 for Jeff, 16.8 for Jordan, 16.9 for Julian, 16.6 for Andrew. 1:20 remains, drivers. Minute 15 to go. And George now 1.9 ahead of Bryant. Yeah, George coming up on some traffic here. One minute to go, drivers. 1 minute to go. This time around, George Bryant gap is 1.4 as the closest battle on track. 45 seconds remain. Ooh, this is looking like a 16.0 from Bryant. 15.9 for Brian Mirafuente that time around. 30 seconds to go, drivers. Gap is down to 0.7. Bryant is closing rapidly. Down the back straight they go. 20 seconds left. 0.3 the gap. This is the battle to watch, people. 15 seconds. Oh, a little side by side. It's going to be Bryant coming out ahead. George hits the dot. 5 seconds to go, drivers. All right, time has expired. When you cross the line, you will be done. And Mirafuente takes down a number 1. George Lynn with the 2 spot. Jeff taking 3, followed by Jordan, Brian, Julian, Andrew. All right, folks. So we'll get a number 2. Sorry. Main event round number 2 started at about 2 o'clock, guys. 2 o'clock. At least 2. Maybe 3. We'll see how the attendance figures look once A3 comes around. All right, folks, we'll be racing at 2 o'clock.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5. Steve Loom. $17.6. $18 flat. $20 flat. $18 flat. George Lynn. $17.4. $16.8. $18.1. $18 flat. $18.2. $18.4. $37.4. $17.7. Jacob Jorgensen. James Collecchio. 18-2. 18-8. 17-9. 19-1. 18-6. 19-3. 18 flat. 18-5. 18-5. 18-5. 17-3. 20.1. Jordan Ribera. 18 flat. George Lynn. 18-7. 18-9. 18-2. 56 flat. 18-7. 17-8. 31.3. 43.7. 18-8. 17-4. 17-4. 19-2. 35.8. 16-1. 17-7. 18-2. 19-8. 17-2. 17-2. 18 flat. 16-5. 17-7. 42.5. 19 flat. 15-8. 19-5. 18-4. 18-9. 17-1. Rice cakes. 16-7. 32.8. 16-8. 108.4. 17-1. 16-7. 16-8. 111.4. 16-9. 17-3. 17-4. 16-9. 17-5. 18-3. 17-5. 17-6. 23.4. 17-9. 'K Kim. $18.3. Jordan Rivera. $17.3. 16.8. 17.9. 17 flat. 'Julian Taylor. 17.1. 17.5. 17.1. 17.3. 17.4. David Newell. 17.3. 18.1. 27.1. 152.2. George Lynn. 17.1. 19.8. 17 flat. 17.5. 16.7. 17.1. 17.4. 20 flat. 16.7. 17.2. 17.1. 18.5. 16.7. 17.2. 16.8. 18.6. 26 flat. 17.7. 17.6. 17.5. James Colicchio, 19.9. 16.4. 18.4. 17.6. 17.4. 18.1. 37.2. 30.1. 18.4. 25.5. 22 flat. 17.6. 18-4. 17-3. 20.3. 21 flat. 17-7. 16-4. 17-6. 19-2. 18-4. 17-3. 17-2. 22.6. 18-3. 17 flat.
All right, folks, it is time to get round 2 of the mains underway. All right, folks, round 2 of the main events. Race 1 is going to be Joe, Scott, Jeremy, James, and Harry. Huh? I can't really hear you.
Joe Colicchio.
People can marshal. Yeah.
Jeremy Vidig.
Yeah, final race of the round. Marshall's the first race. Okay. All right, Marshall's going to be Bryant, George, Jeff, Jordan, Brian, Julian, and Andrew. All right, looks like all 4 cars out here. Need a few more turn marshals, and we'll be good to go. The lineup for this one's going to be Joe on the 1, Scott on the 2, Jeremy on the 3, and James on the 4. Yeah, maybe we can have a few of you expert guys marshal another race. Oh, no, go ahead and cross the line for me, Scott.
Scott Jorgensen.
You're good. All right, grid is set. Drivers ready. We're going racing in less than 5. And we're off. So we got Joe leading the way here. Oh, James now taking it over. Little wheel to wheel there. Down the back straight they go. Colicchio versus Colicchio here. Joe and James doing battle. Oh, a little trouble for Joe there. That's going to allow James to take the top spot. Jeremy sneaks by as well. All right, 45 seconds in. Got James 0.9 of a second ahead of Jeremy. Jeremy 5.8 ahead of Scott, and Scott 1.9 ahead of Joe. We are 1 minute down, 5 minutes remaining. James with a little tumble there, but he keeps it ahead. 0.6 is the gap here. 1:05 down in this one. We got James out front driving the purple ride. Trouble for Jeremy. Well, that is going to leave us with 3 buggies in this race. That's how it goes sometimes. You start with 5 and end with what you end up with. 130 down, 430 left, drivers. James, Scott, Joe, Jeremy, your full running order here. $1.50 down and 4:10 to go. Jeremy looks to be making a return to the racing surface. Two minutes in, 4 minutes to go. This time by James, 0.5 ahead of Scott. Scott's got about 7 back to Joe. 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. And James having a little problem there. That's going to put Scott on top of the leaderboard. This time by Scott ahead of James by 1.9. That's the battle to watch right now. The light blue versus the purple. 2:40 down, 3:20 to go. Got Scott going fast lap that time around, 6:18.6. Race leader driving the blue, the light blue that is. Second place driving the purple. And your third place car going to be the darker blue. 3:05 down, 2:55 to go. Our first race of the second round of main events. $240 left, drivers, 2:40 to go. Scott, James, Joe sharing the track here. All right, 3:30 in, 2:30 to go. This time around, we got Scott clocking in 3.7 ahead of James. James 15 up on Joe. We got just over 2 minutes remaining, drivers. All right, up next will be Truck. Truck is up next. Maybe if I can get a couple of the guys who didn't marshal this one to marshal that one, please. All right, 1:45 left in this one. Scott, James, and Joe, your running order. Got Scott 2.5 ahead of James. James +1 on Joe. Sorry, Dad. Gotta go. Young man's got places to be. 1:10 to go, drivers. So last time by, Scott clocking in 3.5 ahead of James. We'll see what the gap looks like this time as they cross. And James making up a little time here. 2.8's the gap. 50 seconds to go, drivers. 5:0 to go. Oh, hold. Hold on a sec, James. Hold on. Okay, go. Just got to make sure the gap was about the same before. As 30 seconds to go. Oh, in trouble for your race leader. Here comes James. 25 seconds. It's going to come down to this, folks. We got ourselves a race. 15 seconds left. 1 second is the gap. 10 seconds. This will likely be the last lap right here. Oh, in trouble for your leader. James makes his way to the top spot. 1 corner to go, and it's going to be James taking down the W here on the final lap. Scott finishing right behind him, and Joe taking the 3rd spot. Good race, gentlemen. Good race. All right, we're moving into truck up next. Truck. It's truck time. Give these guys a minute. They just got done marshaling.
Jump and land N. David Newell. One minute to the start of the race. Too soon, Junior.
All right, I'm
Rice
going to need
cakes.
some turn marshals out here. Careful on the back straight, guys. Careful on the back straight. Go
45
wide.
seconds to the
Go
start of the race.
wide.
Julian Taylor. K. Kim.
All right, let's see. I got Jeremy. I got Joe.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Cool. We got James in the corner. All right, I'm going to need Scott, and if I can get your help too, George. Maybe if I can get you up front there, that'd be awesome.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, I'm looking for one more. There we go.
Jordan Rivera.
Careful in the first double, guys. First double, first double, first double. All right, it's clear.
Jacob Jorgensen.
All right, everybody's checked in. Let's get all cars to the grid. Julian on the 1, Brian 2, Jeff 3, Jordan 4, Landon 5, Jacob 6, K7, and David 8. Julian 1, Brian 2. All right, grid is good. Driver's ready. We are going racing in less than 5. Here we go. Julian leading him into the first set. "15 seconds into this one. Julian just ahead of Brian here. Jeff Miranda, part of that lead pack as well. Got K in the 4th spot, followed by Dave. Then Jordan, Jacob, and Landon. Got a couple of newer trucks here, so it took me a second. Oh. Looks like David Knoll pulling it into the truck stop. Jeff Miranda upside down. Julian upside down. Careful at that first double, guys. Right now, we got K out front all by himself. K driving that red and black ride. Got BG in the 2, followed by Jeff. Julian in the 4, followed by Landon. Jacob. All right, $1.15 down, 4:45 remaining. This time around, K 1.8 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.1 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 2.3 ahead of Julian. Julian 1.8 ahead of Landon. Landon 0.3 ahead of Jordan. Jordan 1.1 ahead of Jacob. Got a minute 35 down, 4:25 left. Wow, K last time by going 16-8. Doing great. So, K now 2.3 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.9 ahead of Jeff at the line. Got Jeff 2.9 ahead of Julian. Julian 1.4 ahead of Landon. And Landon 1 second up on Jordan. 2 minutes down, drivers. 4 minutes remain. All right, just under 4 left. This time around, K clocking in 1.5 ahead of BG. BG 1.1 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 3 up on Julian. Julian 2.1 ahead of Landon. Landon 0.9 ahead of Jordan. 3:35 to go, drivers. .235 in, 3:25 to go. Careful on the back straight, guys. Back straight, back straight. All clear. 2:45 in, 3:15 to go, drivers. Careful on the back straight, back straight. All clear. That's going to be flying Brian Gross taking back the top spot here. Just ahead of Jeff, just ahead of K. Top 3 trucks making their way over that final double into the chicane, round the bend onto the back straight. K with a little bit of an unfortunate bounce. That's going to move him back into the clutches of Julian and Landon. 3:15 down, 2:45 to go. Leaders are coming up on Jacob there. Good teamwork there. 2:40 remains. BG half a second ahead of Jeff, but now the roles have reversed. Got Jeff Miranda taking over that top spot. 2:30 remains here. Race to watch right now is going to be the white and blue versus the yellow, orange, blue, white. Down the back straight into the first double they go. Gap between those two trucks is 0.2 at the line. We also got battle here. K versus Julian. Landon just about a second back. Oh, a little calamity there. That's going to allow Landon to pick up a 2-for-1 special. Buy one, get one. All right, on minute 50 to go, drivers. Jeff Miranda crosses the line. 17.3 that time around. He is 2.1 ahead of Brian. Brian this time around 3.8 ahead of Landon. Landon 0.8 ahead of K. K 1.9 ahead of Julian. This time around, Julian 5.3 ahead of Jordan. We got a minute 30 to go, drivers. Jeff, Brian, Landon, K, Julian, Jordan, Jacob, and David, your full running order. A minute 15 remains. David Knoll, did you get that PDF I sent you earlier? Okay. I want to make sure you got it because that's some good stuff. 1 minute to go, drivers. $50 seconds left. All right, 40 seconds remaining. Trouble for Miranda. That is going to put BG to the front. And now we got Landon all over his blue brother. 25 seconds to go. Oh, Jeff a little short there. Down the back straight they go. Blue versus blue. 10 seconds left. Landon to the inside there. Let's see if Jeff can get him back here. 5 seconds left. Race to the line. BG with a tumble. Lands on his wheels, thankfully. So BG takes the victory here. Landon 2, Jeff 3, Julian 4. Got 3 more trucks to finish. 2, 1, and Happy New Year. That'll be a race. Brian Gross taking that one. Landon 2, Jeff 3, Julian 4, K 5, Jordan 6, Jacob 7, David 8. All right, folks, moving on to the second B group race of the day. Oh, good, good. Yeah, if you want to learn more about setup, that is the guide. It was written about, probably about 25, 26 years ago. That's what taught me setup as a youngster. Actually, I think I still have a hard copy somewhere. So, we're working on our second set of mains. You guys going to stick around for a third set, or should we call it at 2?
Steve Loom.
All right, everybody, listen up. If you plan on sticking around for a third, raise your hand. That seems like the majority.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Okay. All right, we'll do another round after this. Probably start about 3 o'clock.
Jacob Jorgensen. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, I'm going to need turn marshals in the meantime, though. I need a little help out here. Got 2 down. I'm looking for my stadium truck group.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5. Martin Arroyo. K. Kim.
All right, 1 second. I got to make a phone call here.
David Newell.
Sweet, and Landon getting stuff done. Taking care of business, baby. All right, I'm going to need a few more turn marshals from my truck group. I need a few more. I need a little bit more help. I got Julian out here. Got Jordan. I got Brian. I got Scott. All right, well, we got 4, so it's better than nothing. Lineup is going to be K on the 1, David on the 2, Jacob 3, Steve 4, King 5, Martin 6. All right, grid is good. Drivers ready. We are going racing in less than 5. Here we go. So we got K out front. Martin making his way to the 2, but Jacob making a move. Neck and neck down the straightaway. All right, 30 seconds in. K continuing to lead this one. Now we got a bit of a battle here. Steve making his way up to the 2. I think that's Jacob. No, okay. Jacob's in the 2. Steve making his way up to the 3. Got Jacob and King running from up here. They look very similar. You know, down in the pits I can tell them apart, but from up here they're real similar. Oh. All right, 105 in, 4:55 to go. Right now, K on top of the leaderboard. He is 3 seconds up on Jacob. Jacob now 2.5 up on Steve. Steve 1.8 ahead of David. David 4 up on Martin. Martin 2 ahead of King. We got $130 down, 4:30 remaining. K Jacob Steve, K Steve Jacob, David King Martin, your full running order right now. Oh. You know, using the leader as a way to get around the next car is always a interesting thing to see. It is a valid technique, and it's legal. 2 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. K, Steve, David, Jacob, King, and Martin, your full order. This time by, we got K 5.5 up on Steve. Steve 2.6 ahead of David. David 1.1 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 15 up on King. King 5 ahead of Martin. $235 down, $325 to go. Looks like Jacob taking back the 2. So we got a 3-way battle for that 2 spot. Jacob versus David versus Steve. $245 in, $315 to go. All right, closest battle right now. Jacob and Steve half a second apart. They got David just 1.7 behind them. We got 3 minutes down and 3 minutes to go. David now making the move on Steve. Oh. 320 down, 240 to go. Looks like Jacob now 3 seconds ahead of Dave. Dave just 0.8 ahead of Steve. That's now going to be the closest battle on track. Making their way down the back straight. 2:30 to go, drivers. Wow, K going 16.7 last time by the stripe. New fast lap. 2:15 remains, drivers. K 10 up on Jacob. Jacob 4 up on David. David 0.2 ahead of Steve. Steve 20 up on King. King 1 second ahead of Martin. And wow, well, he got away from Martin now. Okay, game on. 2 minutes to go, drivers. A minute 45 remains. A minute 35 to go. K, Jacob, David, Steve, King, and Martin, your full running order. A minute 20 to go. Okay, now 11 seconds up on Jacob. Jacob 5.5 up on Dave. Dave 1.8 ahead of Steve. Steve a lap up on King. And King 7 seconds ahead of Martin. We got 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute left. $45 seconds left, drivers. $40 seconds remaining. Closest battle right now, David and Steve about 2 seconds apart from each other. And they both crash, just as I say that. Ah, that was a little unfair. 10 seconds to go, drivers. I'll put them on the other side. Well, that makes it fair. Kind of, sort of, maybe. We'll just say you guys tied. You both win. Yeah, we're all winners. Exactly. All right, that'll be a race, guys. Yeah, Kay taking the victory there. Followed by Jacob, Steve, David, King, and Martin. Good job, drivers. All right, we're moving into A number 2. And it's been confirmed by vote that there will be a third set A main events. So that'll probably happen about 3 o'clock, maybe shortly after 3, perhaps.
Andrew Newell. George Lynn. George Lynn. Andrew Newell. Brian Marafiunte. Rice Cakes. George Lynn. Andrew Newell. Brian Marafiunte. Rice Cakes. George Lynn. Too soon Jr. 1 minute to the start of the race.
All right, I'm going to need some turn marshals,
Julian
please.
Taylor. Rice Cakes. Jordan Rivera.
Careful at the big jump, guys. Careful at the
45
big jump.
seconds to the start of the race. Brian Marafiunte. George Lynn. Andrew Newell. Julian Taylor.
All right, this is our second A main.
30
Second of
seconds to
3.
the start of the race. Too soon Jr. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Rice Cakes.
Go wide on the straight, guys. Go wide. Go wide. All clear. All clear.
Less than 5.
All right, folks. Let's line them up. We're going to put Bryant on the 1, George on the 2, Brian on the 3, Julian 4, Andrew 5, Jordan 6, and Jeff 7. All right, grid is good. We got marshals. We are going racing, drivers. Best of luck. Less than 5. Here we go. All right, Mirafuente leading the first lap. He is about a second ahead of George. George about half a second ahead of Brian. Got Julian 0.6 behind Brian. 30 seconds in. All right, so lap number 2. We got Brian going 16.2. George is 16.9. Brian is 16.7. Close battles right now. We got George versus Brian. We also have Jeff versus Jordan. 50 seconds down. Mirafuente going 16.0. Getting smaller in the windshield. Got just half a second between George and Brian. Those guys making their way through the chicane onto the back straight. 110 down, 450 remains. Mirafuente now 3.3 out front. Got George about 1 second ahead of Brian. Brian 3 up on Julian. Julian a 1 up on Jeff. Jeff 0.3 ahead of Andrew. And it's getting close there for that 4th spot. Julian versus Jeff versus Andrew. 135 in, 425 to go. Mirafuente this time by as they clock in 4.4 seconds out front. Got George 1.3 ahead of Brian. Brian 4 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.2 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 1.7 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 2 seconds ahead of Jordan. We got 2 minutes in. 4 minutes remain, drivers. And it looks like Miranda making his way up to the 4th spot. 2:10 down, 3:50 remains. Bryant, George, Brian, Jeff, Julian, Andrew, and Jordan. Your 4 running order here in A number 2. Got 2:25 in, 3:35 to go. This time around, Mirafuente now nearly 6 seconds up. Got George about 4 ahead of Brian. Brian clocking in about 4 up on Julian. Julian 0.5 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 1.1 ahead of Jeff. And Jeff 1.9 ahead of Jordan. Three minutes down, drivers. 3 minutes to go. Oh, careful. First wall ride, guys. First wall ride. All right, that is clear. 3:15 down, 2:45 to go. Right now, your order looking like Bryant, George, Brian. Careful in the first double. First double, first double. All clear. Bryant, George, Brian, Jeff, Jordan, Julian, Andrew. Your order as they crossed last time by. 2:20 remaining. Mirafuente now about 7 seconds ahead of George. George now 5.5 ahead of Brian. Brian 8.2 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 0.7 ahead of Jordan at the line, but that will change. Careful, last corner, guys. Last corner. All clear. 4 minutes down, 2 minutes to go. Careful at the first double, guys. First double. And that is clear. A minute 50 remains. All right, a minute 35 left in this one. Brian now 8.3 ahead of George. George 6.7 ahead of Brian. Brian 8.8 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 8.5 ahead of Julian. Julian 1.4 ahead of Jordan. We got a minute 15 to go, drivers. All right, drivers, just over 1 minute to go. Bryant, George, Brian, Jeff, Julian, Jordan, Andrew, the full order. 50 seconds remain. Wow, George going 16-1 last time around. "35 seconds remaining, drivers. No real close battles on track, so we're just pretty much running out the clock here. We get round 3 of the main event started at 3 o'clock. Kind of interesting how that worked out today. All right, drivers, 10 seconds left. All right, when you cross the line, you will be done. All right, folks, that will be a race. Bryant taking the W there, followed by George, Brian, Jeff, Julian, Jordan, Andrew. All right, main event round 3 starts at 3.
George Lynn. (17-2). 1 minute to the start of the race. Scott Yo. (45 seconds to the start of the race. 16-5. James Colicchio. 21.6. 30 seconds to the start of the race. 18-2. 20.8. 15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5. 19.8. 30.5. 19.9. 103.7. 17-1. Craig Oku. 19 flat. 56.4. 16-8. 23.7. 20.1. 19.7. 19.4. 25.3. 19 flat. 19.1. 23.6. 19.1. 23.2. 19 flat, rice cakes. 130.6. 1. Jacob Jorgensen. 21.6. 18.3. 17.1. 19.4. 19.6. 17.7. 16.8. 17.5. 19.9. 49.7. 16.9. 21 flat, 20.9, 127.9, 17.5, 112.3, 112.3, 19.7, 22.4, 18 flat, 17.1, 32.4, 45.3, 18.5, 1, 0.1, 19.7, 20 flat, 19.3, 18.7, 18.8, 1, 0.1, 19 flat, 18.5, 18.5, 121.9, 18.4, 21.8, 20.5, 20.7, 17.1, 18.3, 19.2, 23.7, 17.4, 18.8, Steve Loom, 21.5, 18.5, 19.7, 18.9, 20.7, 17.4, 18.9, 18 flat, 17.4, 18.7, 30.2, 18.6, 17.5, 18.8, Julian Taylor, 20.5, 18.4, 17.3, 17-5, 19-1. 17-3, 19-2. 18-4, 18-5, 52.8. 18-6, 20.4, 115.3. 37.3, 18-7, 19-5. 17-1, 18-1. 20.5, 17 flat, 18-8. 17-8. 17 flat, 19 flat, 113.1. 17-6. 16-9. 22.2. 18-5. 33.8. 20.6. 21.9. 17-4. 18-2. 20 flat, 105.1. 16-9. 18-2. 18-6. 17-8. 18-7. 22.4. 17-2. 19 flat, 0.7. 19-6. 17-8. 20.3. 19 flat, 20.7. 17-2. 17-3. 17-8. 24.7, 18.5, George Lynn, 17.8, 18.2, 17.5, 17.6, 18 flat, 16.4, 16.9, 17.9, 20.7, 17.5, 108.6, 18 flat, 16.9, 17.1, 20.4, 16.4, 17.2, 26.4, 24.2, 19.9, 16.8, 17.3, 16.8, 17.1, 26.2, 19.3, 22.6, Scott Yo, 18.2, 16.9, 16.6, 18.8, 17.2, 17.1, 16.4, 18.8, 18.4, 17.1, 16.5, 19 flat, 17.3, Jeremy Vidig, 19.2, 19 flat, 20.4, 18.2, 48.6, 21.7, 19.6, 17.1, 14.6, 18.2, 22.1, Craig Dean
Goku.
4. 19-4. $46.5. $33.3. $19.5. 154.9. $59.9. 18.6. 17.1. 38.6. 16.5. 18.5. 17 flat. 18.5. 18.3. 17.3. 16.7. 17.2. 18.7. 54.8. 17.6. 17.4. 20.4. 21.2.
All right, folks, it's about that time. We're going to get our third set of main events underway. Hey, Scott and Craig, you want a race? We're going to do a race right now so I can add you in. Cool. You guys will be race one. Battery schmattery. You'll be all right. All right, this is our third and final set of main events for the day.
Joe Colicchio. Scott Jorgensen.
You might need to put some little plastic spikes on your shoes. Just cut up some old tires. It'll work. All right. If I can get some of my A group drivers out here, Marshall. Maybe if I can get some of you guys to marshal this one, some of you guys to marshal truck, that'd be awesome. Since BG is in truck, he's marshaling this one. All right, lineup for this one. We're going to put Joe on the number 1, Scott on the number 2, Jeremy on the number 3, James on the number 4. And we're going to put Craig on the number 5. We're able to round up an extra racer here. Yeah, exactly. All right, we got ourselves a grid. He's going to send it. A little bit late, so we're going to send it. All right, no, it's okay. I'll take care of it. Drivers, best of luck. We're going racing in less than 5.
Transponder 30888325. Craig Oku.
Well, hold on. Wait for the other car to pass, and good to go. All right, still early in this one. Plenty of time. Long race ahead, drivers. We got Scott Jorgensen out front. Joe in the 2, followed by James, Jeremy, and Craig. 30 seconds in. Scott going for a flip. That's going to put Joe to the top spot. James makes his way to the 2. Got 45 seconds down. Joe Colicchio holding on to the top spot. All right, 50 seconds in. Oh, man. Oh, geez. You know, Jeremy, it might be time for an associated car. 110 down, 450 to go. Joe, James, Scott, Craig, your remaining contestants in this one. Man, I got to try to find a used B64 for our homie Jeremy. 135 in, 425 to go. All right, Joe 2.5 ahead of Scott. Scott clocks in 4.7 ahead of James. And we'll see what the gap is here. James is 6 seconds ahead of Craig. All right, 2 minutes in, 4 minutes to go, drivers. Last time by at the stripe, Joe clocking in just 1 second ahead of Scott. They are making their way through the chicane around the final bend and down the back straight. Trouble on the back straight for Joe. That's going to promote Scott back to the front. 225 in, 335 to go. It's a battle of the blues. Dark blue versus light blue here. $320 remains. This time around, Scott 1.1 ahead of Joe. They're coming up on some traffic here. Good teamwork there. 250 down, 310 to go, drivers. Trouble there for Joe. That's going to let Scott get away. For the time being, at least. Still got 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time remaining here. Ooh, take it easy. Take it easy. That is your race leader. All right, we got 325 in, 235 to go. We got Scott making his way up the first wall ride over the final double into the chicane. He'll be coming up on James shortly here. All right, 2:15 remains, drivers. Scott, Joe, James, Craig, Jeremy. Okay, drivers, 4 minutes down, 2 minutes to go. All right, Scott 11 up on Joe. Joe 12 up on James. James 4 seconds ahead of Craig. Got a minute 40 left in this one, drivers. Coming up next is Truck. Truck is up next. All right, a minute 15 to go. One minute remaining, drivers. 1 minute to go. Scott Jorgensen continuing to lead this one. 9.6 seconds ahead of Joe. Joe about 14 seconds ahead of James. And James about 6 seconds up on Craig. Got 45 seconds left, drivers. All right, 30 seconds left. All right, 20 seconds to go, drivers. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. When you cross the line, your race will be over. Scott Jorgensen taking down the W. Got one more car, guys. One more car. All right, folks. And with that being said, it actually came down to the tiebreaker for the winner on this one, our C group winner. We got Scott and Joe both with 3 points. Your winner by tiebreaker, Scott Jorgensen. Joe Colicchio taking the 2, and James rounds out the podium for our C group. All right, we'll do podium pictures a little bit later, so stick around, guys. I'll come on down and take your pictures later. All right, so Truck is up next. Truck is up next. It's going to be a little bit less crowded this round. A little less crowded.
Rice cakes. Jump and land N. Jacob Jorgensen. David Newell. 1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. K. Kim. Jordan
Hit him
Rivera.
again.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, well, let's see. Do I have all my turn marshals?
15 seconds to the start of the race.
If I get maybe one more turn, Marshall. Craig, if I can get Craig out here.
Less than 5.
Okay, we're waiting a second. Looks like we're looking for parts. Dave, are you gonna make it? Okay. Okay. That'll only take 2 weeks. All right, so we're gonna put BG on the 1. Jordan on the 2. Landon on the 3. Jacob on the 4. K on the 5. And we're waiting for one more truck. I know. I was waiting for Mr. Knoll. There he is. All right, we got all of our trucks out here now. All right, drivers, best of luck. We are going racing here. Truck in less than 5. Here we go. All right, BG off to a quick start here. Landon making up a spot at the beginning. Oh, Jordan flips it. 20 seconds down. 5:40 left. Got BG leaping out to a 1.3 second lead. 30 seconds in. Brian, Landon, K, your top 3, followed by Jacob, Jordan, and Dave. 40 seconds in. Your race leaders are making their way over the front tabletop. BG going 16.9 last pass. Landon going 17.1. Everybody else in the 18s at the moment. 55 seconds in, 5:05 to go. All right, Brian, 2 seconds up on Landon. Landon 7.5 ahead of Jacob. Trouble for Landon, though. Oh, trouble for Jacob. Careful, first wall ride. And first double. 125 in, 4:35 left. Oh, I hear one of these trucks making a little bit of noise. A little bit of noise. 140 down. Oh, it might be Landon's truck. Oh. Oh, boy. 2 minutes in, 4 minutes ago. We'll see how long Landon's truck lasts here. Well, that's how long it lasted. Right there. Well, 210 down, 350 to go. Got BG still leading this one. Jordan Urbara inherits the 2 spot. Oh, careful on the back straight. All clear. K now makes his way up to the 2. Now it's Jordan back to the 2. Oh, man, you guys always end up battling each other. So keep an eye on the pink truck versus the red truck. There's no doubt in my mind that's going to be a battle to the finish. 3:10 to go, drivers. Brian, Jordan, K, Jacob, David, no Landon. 3 minutes in, 3 minutes to go, drivers. Oh, trouble for K. Doing a somersault. All right, we got 240 left, drivers. Well, we got Brian 15 seconds ahead of Jordan. Jordan 5.4 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 2.2 ahead of Dave. And Dave 4.3 ahead of Kay. 2:20 to go, drivers. We got our B group third run coming up next. Four minutes down, 2 minutes to go, drivers. This time around, BG almost +1 on the field. Jordan holding down 2, Jacob 3, David 4, K 5. Got a minute 40 left in this one, drivers. All right, a $1:30 remains. Brian, 17 seconds up on the field here. He's trying to put Jordan a lap down. They're making their way down the back straight. A minute 20 remains. Jordan Rabara doing a good job of keeping that thing on the lead lap. Just over a minute to go, drivers. Brian, Jordan, Jacob, David, and Kay, your remaining contestants here in truck. Once again, we got our B group coming up next. 45 seconds remain. We got Kay starting to close the gap to Dave. Last time by at the line, it was 1.8. Let's see what the gap is here with 30 seconds left. 0.8. So Kay making up a whole second last time by. 20 seconds left, drivers. Kay is closing. And he makes the inside move there. Dave tried to shut the door. We got 12 seconds left. Will the move hold? Oh, Kay up on his lid. That gives it back to Dr. Knoll. And Dave is going to take home the 4 spot just ahead of Kay. Meanwhile, Jordan does stay on the same lap there. He has one that don't get lapped by Brian challenge. Your prize? Well, 3rd spot on the podium today. All right, so top 3 in Stadium Truck today. Going to be Brian, Jeff, and Jordan. All right, let's get our B group up on track. All right, this one is going to be Kay, David, Jacob, Steve, King, and Martin. Got a couple of back-to-backers here, so I may need a little help marshaling this one.
Martin Arroyo. Steve Loom. Jacob Jorgensen.
All right, I'm looking for some turn marshals. Gonna need a little bit of help on this one. Well, Kay has already took the win in the B group. It looks like he's gonna possibly help us out here.
"30 seconds to the start of the race.
Oh, I don't see Dave Knoll.
15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
That's why I said last week. Hey, we should probably look at your shock seals. I mean, if you keep putting oil in and it keeps disappearing, it means there's a problem with the shocks. So we should take a look at the seals on those. King, you might have blown an O-ring.
David Newell.
All right, folks, let's line them up. We're going to put David on the 1, Jacob on the 2, Steve 3, King 4, and Martin 5. David 1, Jacob 2, Steve 3, King 4, Martin 5. Hey, Dave, you can't park there. All right, drivers, best of luck. We are going racing in less than 5. And we are off. This is the third run of our B group. Wow, Jacob putting pressure on the leader, and Dave with a bobble here. You can put him on the other side, There we go. All right, Jacob Jorgensen on top of the leaderboard now. Got Steve Leong moving to the 2, followed by King, Martin, and Dave. 30 seconds in. All right, 40 seconds down. Right now, it's Jacob 1.5 ahead of Steve. Steve 1.9 ahead of King. King 4 seconds up on that battle between Martin and Dave. 55 seconds in, drivers. Right now, it's Jacob, Steve, King, Martin, Dave. Jacob with the fast lap of 17.3. We got, 17.1 there. 17.9 for Steve, 17.9 for Dave, 18.5 for King. We got a minute 25 down, 4:35 to go, and an 18.3 for Martin there. We got Jacob Jorgensen almost 4 seconds up on Steve. A little bit of a gap back to King, so it's going to be 5.9 between Steve and King. 3.9 between King and David. Oh, back straight. Put him on the other side, please. We got 2 minutes down, 4 minutes to go, drivers. Right now, Jacob 2.8 ahead of Steve. Let's see what the gap is this time. A little bit of a long lap for Jacob, so that will put the gap at 1.5. 2:20 down, 3:40 left. So Jacob 1.5 ahead of Steve. Steve 7 seconds up on King. King 2.4 ahead of Dave. Dave 14 up on Martin. Wow, Jacob going 17.0. Way to go. Jacob was just mentioning he felt faster on new tires, and he is definitely proving to be faster on new tires. So Jacob Jorgensen fast lap 17.0 in this race. Yeah. Oh, careful up front, guys. Careful up front. All clear. So if you're ever questioning, do I need new tires? The answer is always yes. every time. I make that mistake sometimes too. It's like, do I need new tires? No. And then, yeah, exactly. You see what happens. 3:35 in, 2:25 to go. Jacob now 2.5 ahead of Steve. Steve 12 ahead of Dave. Dave 2.6 ahead of King. And King 17 ahead of Martin. I say King's driving pretty good for not having any front shock oil. Four minutes down, 2 minutes to go. A little trouble there for Jacob. That's going to allow Steve to come into the picture. And the leaders are coming up on King, I believe. Good teamwork there. All right, 4:15 down, 1:45 to go. All right, we got Jacob clocking in here, 2.4 ahead of Steve. Last time by, Steve was about 11 up on Dave. Dave 8 up on King. And King a lap up on Dad. Got a minute 15 to go here, drivers. 75 seconds remain. All right, we got our third running of our A group coming up next. Ooh. 55 seconds remain, drivers. Jacob, Steve, David, King, and Martin, your full running order. "35 seconds remaining, drivers. Hold. Go ahead. Give Dad someone to race with here. All right, 20 seconds left, drivers. Ten seconds left. And time has finished. All right, that'll be a race, guys. King, that was your fastest lap there, 18-1. All right, Jacob taking down the W here in B number 3. So that will put him second in the final pecking order. So our podium for the B group today will be K, Jacob, Steve. We'll take your pictures later. We'll take your pictures in about 7 minutes here. All right, our final race of the day, A number 3. All right, after this, track will be open for practice until
Lynn.
7 p.m.
Too soon, Junior. Bryant Marafiunte. Rice cakes. One minute to the start of the race. Jordan Rivera. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, looking for Andrew. Is Andrew going to make this one?
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, we just went and checked on the JT Motorsports pit, and there is a sign that says "Do not disturb." Don't bother me.
15 seconds to the
I'm eating
start of the
lunch.
race. Less than 5.
Send it. Okay. I got Jacob. I got King. I got Martin. I got somebody down here. I believe that's Dave, maybe? Steve. Okay. Yeah, I'm missing Dave, and I'm also missing Andrew. Is he asleep? Okay. I heard a bell ring. All right. Grid for this one will be Bryant 1, George 2, Brian 3, Jordan 4, Jeff 5. All right, grid is set. We got marshals, drivers ready. We're going racing in less than 5. Oh, sorry. Less than 5. And here we go. Our final race of the day of the A group of 17.5 buggy. All right, this time. Oh, man. Bad opening lap for George. We still got 5:35 to go, though. All right, we got ourselves a battle going on for the 3 spot, Jeff and Jordan. 40 seconds in, 5:20 to go. Mirafuente 1.7 ahead of Gross. Gross is 1.2 ahead of Miranda. Miranda, this time by at the line, going to be 0.9 ahead of Jordan. Fast lap so far, we got Brian to 16.3, Brian a 16.9, Jeff 16.8, George is 16.6, Jordan 17.4. Wow, Brian that time around going 15.8. Doing great. Buck 15 down, 4:45 remaining. Mirafuente, Gross, Miranda, Rabara, Lynn, your full running order so far. Got buck 30 down, 4:30 left in this one. Jeff just going 16.7 that time around. So we got a minute 45 in, 4:15 remaining. Mirafuente currently 4.3 ahead of Gross. Gross 1.7 ahead of Miranda. Miranda 3 seconds up on Rabara. Rabara less than a second ahead of George. We got 2 down, 4 to go, drivers. Race leader driving the blue car. Solid blue today. No yellow for Bryant. He ran out of yellow paint. 2:15 down, 3:45 remaining. Yeah, looks like George now making his way to the 3 spot. So Bryant now 5.9 ahead of Brian. Brian 4.9 ahead of George. George 0.9 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 0.1 ahead of Jordan at the line. 2:40 down, 3:20 to go, drivers. All right, Brian Mirafuente now 8 seconds up on Brian Gross. Gross 3.3 ahead of Lynn. Lynn 2.7 ahead of Miranda. Miranda 1 second ahead of Rabara. We got 2:55 remaining here, drivers. BG going 16.4 that time around. He's about 8 seconds back of your race leader. George clocking in 3.8 back of Brian. Jeff 2.4 back of George. And Jordan 2.7 back of Jeff. 3:30 down, 2:30 left, drivers. Brian, George, Jeff, Jordan, your full running order. .340 down, 2:22 go. Closest battle is, well, got George, Jeff, and Jordan. George about 2.8 ahead. Jeff's now about 5 up on Jordan. The gap was, this might shrink the gap a bit. Jeff going on his lid for a moment, so Jordan now within striking distance. Got $1.50 to go here. Now the gap between Jeff and Jordan is 1.6. All right, 1:40 to go, drivers. Bryant now 10 ahead of Brian. Brian 3 ahead of George. George 7 ahead of Jeff. Jeff 1.6 ahead of Jordan. 90 seconds to go. A minute 20 remains. All right, drivers, we're just over 1 minute to go. Brian now up by 11 seconds. Brian 4.2 ahead of George. George 8 seconds ahead of Jeff. Jeff 2.5 ahead of Jordan. 50 seconds remain, drivers. 5:02 go. Brian, George, Jeff, Jordan, your full order here. 40 seconds left. Seconds to go. 20 seconds. 15 seconds, drivers. 1-5. Careful on the back straight. Go inside. Go inside. Time is about to expire here. And George gets caught. BG trying to keep it ahead of Mirafonte here. Just 2 corners to go. And a back straight. And that will be a race, drivers. Bryant takes the victory. 9.9 tenths of a lap ahead of BG. Yeah, BG finishing that one 1.4 ahead of George. And Jordan getting the spot on Jeff in the end. All right, guys. Thank you all for coming out. We got Boot Camp Tuesday. We'll do Wednesday night racing at 6:30 and Friday night racing at 7, of course. Thank you all for coming out. Track is now open for practice. And thank you to our viewers at home.